One could say the Sox look forward to playing National League opponents, and tonight they'll get their chance to continue the trend as interleague play continues with Washington coming to the south side. And the Nasty Nats, well, they are really fired up. It's White Sox baseball next on Comcast Sportsnet. From the beautiful city, Chicago, Illinois, Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball as Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, A.J. Pierzynski, and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Ryan Zimmerman and the red-hot Washington Nationals. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrell, since we get set to bring you the first of this three-game set. As you know, the Sox had an off day yesterday after taking 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. As a matter of fact, Sox have won the last 17 series against interleague foes. But tonight it's going to be a little bit different because these guys are red hot.
They are red hot. They've won 11 of the last 12 games. Washington surprisingly in third place. They lost their manager. Jim Riggleman resigned. John McLaren's going to take over for an indeterminate amount of time. We'll see how that works out. And Jordan Zimmerman going to the mound. He's their best. He's 5-6. He throws the ball real well. His ERA just over 3. Edwin Jackson goes to the mound for us, and he's 4-6. Has to get a little more consistent. That slider has to get over early in the count. If he can do that, limit his pitches a little bit, he's going to be in good shape tonight. So we're 6-3 in interleague play. Let's keep it going.
All right, sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
Demand only from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Washington Nationals, who are red hot and are in third place, one game over 500, have a new manager. That manager, John McLaren. He was the bench coach for Jim Riggleman, who resigned abruptly. Been a member of 5 major league coaching staffs, including the bench coach to Lou Piniella. Was a Seattle Mariners manager in half of 07 and part of 08. And he's been the bench coach since November of 2009. So he doesn't know exactly how long the interim label is going to stick. When I talked to him before the game, he said, I managed today. They'll let me know about tomorrow. And we'll take a look at the Nationals lineup under John McLaren. It's going to be Jason Worth leading it off, then Bernardina, who's been red hot. Zimmerman, who's back after some abdominal surgery. Then Nix, the DH, Morris, Espinoza, Ramos, Hairston, and Ian Desmond playing shortstop and hitting 9. The Suzuki defense and how they'll line up behind Edwin Jackson. Left to right, Pierre Rios and Lillibridge. In the infield, Morel, Ramirez, Beckham, and Konerko. A.J. Pierzynski once again behind the plate. And the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Edwin Jackson. Edwin looking for his 5th win of the year. His ERA a little higher than he would like at almost 4.5. You see 102 hits in 86 2/3 innings. That's a product of falling behind in the count. Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with White Sox In-Game Live only on CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by The Great Escape. So the Sox have thrown the ball around the infield. On this overcast night with no rain in sight, we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Hawk Harrelson.
All right, Stone Pony, thank you. And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here over Comcast Sportsnet. So happy you could join us for game 1 of this 3-game series. There's Jason Worth, the right fielder, the leadoff hitter. You don't see many leadoff hitters at 6'5", 220.
You don't see many that signed a $126 million contract for hitting the ball out of the park and driving in runs hitting leadoff.
There must be a method to their madness. So the first pitch of the ball game is taken for a strike. He comes in. He's been having a lot of problems. Comes in hitting at 237. 10 homers, 27 knocked in. But in his last 17 games is hitting 172.
Well, he leads the team in walks. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he's where he is.
When I was thinking about it, when I saw he was leading off, the only thing I could come up with is they just wanted him to get more at-bats.
They have to find some way to shake him out of what has been a season-long malaise.
Yep. And there's a strike, and the count 1-2.
Last year at Philadelphia, 296, 27 home runs, drove in 85, he stole 13 bags.
These guys will run. They have 62 stolen bases and 80 attempts. He gone.
A.J. wants it low and away. That's exactly where Edwin gets it. And so you take one of their runners and keep him off base.
So here's Roger Bernardina hitting at 276. 4 homers. He's driven in 15. He's hitting 12 out of the last 15 ball games. And the count 1-0. And the Bertucci boys in the house. Bobby and the guys. As that's up high, can't get it. That one at 96, and the count evens at 1. Nats come in hitting at 235 with a 3.50 ERA. They are 12 and check that 16 and 24 on the road, 22 and 13 at home. They have won 11 out of the last 12 ball games. In fact, they're just coming off a 3-game sweep of Seattle.
What you want to do is keep Bernardina off the bases because he's 10 for 10 in stolen bases. When Jim Riggleman had this club, he ran a lot, especially when he got up in the game early. We'll see what the style of John McLaren is going to be.
And that's into right field. Lillibridge. And that's 2 out. Well, that McLaren, I mean, the Riggleman move. When I saw that this morning, I started thinking, I have never seen that. I've never seen that in my 52 years in this game. The guy who's under contract, got his team on a roll, resigns. Never seen it. So here's Zimmerman. Ryan, you're glad to see him back in that lineup. He's the face of the franchise. Comes in hitting at .269, a couple of homers. He's driven in 8. Last year hit .307, 25 homers, and drove in 85.
He missed over 50 games with abdominal surgery.
And the count 2-0.
Now, he stands off the plate a pretty good margin off the plate. So you were talking about a guy showing you where he wants the ball. Does he want the ball away, or does he want the ball in?
He wants the ball away. He's way off the plate. His first commitment to the ball is into it. So when you get a guy going like that, they want the ball away. Now, can he hit an inside pitch? Certainly he can. You don't put up the numbers he did last year unless you can got pretty good plate coverage. And the count 2-2. Yeah, they'll tell you what. He's 6'3", 230 pounds. So for him, standing off the plate is not as drastic as it is for a guy 5'11" or 6 feet. He gone. He did not like those calls from Jeff Nelson. Meanwhile, 1-2-3 after half inning of play. It's the nasty, nothing, and the good guys coming to bat.
Juan Pierre leading off. Brent Morel hitting second. Then it's Alexi Ramirez, Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, the DH. He was a national, you know. Then Rios, Pierzynski, Lillibridge, and Gordon Beckham. The Suzuki defense and how they'll line up behind Zimmerman. Hairston, Bernardina, and Worth. Zimmerman, Desmond, Espinoza, and Morse. Ramos behind the plate. And Jordan Zimmerman on the hill. Got a terrific ERA. You see the walk to strikeout ratio is outstanding. Right and left-handers hit him equally the same. And he probably is their best pitcher. Certainly has their best stuff. He's got a real good curveball, a better than average fastball, and he throws a change. He doesn't throw a slider.
And he's had Tommy John surgery.
Yes, he has.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. First pitch strike to Juan Pierre, comes in hitting at .253, a homer. He's driven in 16. Sox hitting .254 as a club with a 3.99 ERA. Sox 18-18 here at home, 19-21 on the road. Sox with that 37-39 record, 4.5 games back in third place. Don't help him out. 3-1. And there's the leadoff walk.
Tonight's umpires: Jeff Nelson behind the plate. He's a crew chief. Then it's Mike Esterbrook at first, Marty Foster at second, and Bill Welke at third.
So here is Brent Morel hitting at 246. Fakes the bunt, takes the strike.
A good time to take advantage of a rare bit of wildness by Jordan Zimmerman. He doesn't walk too many.
Outfield sliders it to the right. Nice gap in left center. And that ball flared into right field, and that's going to fall. So now Juan's going to make the turn, and he is into third. So runners at first and third on the single by Morel with nobody out.
Well, it might very well be an error on Worth in right field because he was so busy trying to deke Juan Pierre that he forgot to catch the ball and tried to barehand it, and Juan had stopped at second base. So this slider, or a little bit of a curveball off the end of the bat, you see the deke there, tries to barehand it and misses it.
So he'll pick up his 6th error. And here's Alexei at 289, 6 homers and 35 knocked in. And that fastball at 95 off the corner. Tigers were leading Arizona 4-0. It is now 4-3. With Detroit hitting in the bottom of the 4th. Pretty good pitch to hit right there, and fouled it back. And later on, Cleveland taking on the Giants at AT&T. It'll be Carrasco against Sanchez.
And Carrasco has been very good of late. San Francisco, on the other hand, like .500 baseball in their last 10.
That's nasty right there. And the count 1-2.
Well, his fastball on occasion will have a little cut to it. And this one comes in and just explodes at the last minute.
That was really a B pitch. And a little chopper looks him back, goes to first. So Lexi's been having a lot of trouble getting a man in lately from third base, but on the season he's got 35 RBIs. And right now let's check out our picks to click. DiMangio, our director and the crew. Well, they went with Brent Lillibridge. Stone Pony's going with Juan Pierre. And my good friend down in Elkhart, Indiana, George Thomas, and also Phyllis and Tom Leonakis at Roseland Garden Center on 31. We're going to go with A.J. Pierzynski. So here's Paulie. Ducks on the pond, 1 out. Paulie hitting at 327, 21 homers and 59 knocked in. Fires them off with a breaking ball.
You got Adam Dunn in the on deck circle. See Paulie. 12 for 19, 63%. Driving home man from third with less than 2 outs. The infield's back. They're going to concede the run on a ground ball.
Paulie saw it, tried to go with it, and now he's in a big hole, 0-2.
Well, that's what a good run producer will do, because that ball was well off the plate. It's not really Paulie's job here to draw a walk. It's his job to drive home a run. And that ball was a good 6 inches off the outside corner. He was just looking to take a ground ball to the right side. He knew it would put the Sox on top.
And the 0-2 pitch. Shot right to third. So that's out number 2.
Can't hit him much harder as Zimmerman tries to sneak a fastball by him. Better fastballs than that have not gotten by him. But unfortunately, the other Zimmerman is standing right in front of him.
So here's Adam hitting at 175, 7 homers and 29 knocked in.
Zimmerman has 2 wild pitches this year. And Wilson Ramos is getting a whole lot better at blocking pitches. Pudge Rodriguez is taking him under his wing, is teaching him how to be a much better defensive catcher than he was when he got here.
That's inside. Well, between the two of them, they have a major league best percentage of throwing out runners.
They're both pretty good.
There's a first ballot Hall of Famer right there. Ryan Rodriguez, what a player he has been. Threw that one right by him at 95.
Desmond up the middle. Espinosa back on the grass at second. Talking to John McLaren, he said that there's no double play combination has better range than these two guys.
Espinosa, the shortstop, playing second. And there's the breaking ball, drops it over and grabs the strike, in the count now 1-2.
Good curveball at the top of the zone.
Lays off that one. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the first. If you're just tuning in, no score. And a full count with Alex Rios on deck. Come on, Adam. Ball 4, base hit, buddy. We can get Adam and Alex going. It's all over. And the payoff pitch. Nelson rings him up. And that'll retire the side. So we had in the first and third, nobody out, can't do anything with it.
It is the Washington Nationals. 714 winning percentage in June. They lead the league. They've been a red-hot club, which makes the resignation of their manager, Jim Riggleman, even more perplexing. As you can see, they were okay in April and May for a team that there wasn't a lot of expected. And in June, they're just tearing it up behind some great pitching.
So here's Lance Nix, Jason's big brother, hitting it 280. I should say little brother. He has 10 homers, knocked in 28. Tigers now jump back on top 6-3 over the D-backs. That's a can of corn in the center field. Tall can of corn. And this is your chance to win an A.J. Pierzynski autographed jersey by telling the White Sox what you think. Simply log on to your computer and take a quick survey. Answers are confidential, so visit whitesox.com/survey. You must complete the survey before tonight's game ends. Michael Morse hitting at 306. 13 homers, 43 knocked in. Michael, former Sox farmhand.
He's got some pretty big power.
He was a shortstop in our organization.
John McLaren told me that he can play anywhere and give you a very, very credible job wherever he puts it.
Ball smoked fair. Just inside the line. So that'll be the one-out double. That's his 14th two-bagger.
Bill Welke on the line. This one doesn't do much. It's a slider. Able to pull it well inside the bag. So Morris, who started out as the everyday left fielder when the season started, only to go into a slump and lose that job, now has become a first baseman and a guy that you can plug in anywhere.
Here's Danny Espinosa, switch hitting second baseman. Got to be careful with this guy. He's hitting at 242, but it's a hard 242. 13 homers and 45 knocked in.
He just got his batting average above 200 left-handed, but he's got some pretty big power from both sides of the plate.
Oh, 1-2 the count.
See the disparity. Right-handed, he's been killing the ball. Left-handed, where he's hit more. He's got some big power, but he was a fairly easy out till a couple of weeks ago left-handed. Now he's smoothed out the stroke somewhat.
Well, he's going to have a chance tomorrow afternoon with that right-handed bat against Mark Burley. It'll be a 3:10 start. So make your plans to be with us here at beautiful U.S. Cellular Field. He gone. Down and in. He'll grab some bench for out number 2.
Our Bank of America pitch tracks will show you that that slider just bit down and in out of the strike zone. It looked tantalizing enough, but at the end, a very sharp, quick, late breaking slider gets it.
That's going to get a lot of left-handed hitters right there. So here's the catcher, Wilson Ramos, hitting at 246 with 6 homers and 22 driven in. He's just 23 years old.
He's another guy that will eventually hit for some pretty big power. They got him from Minnesota. He was one of the crown jewels of the Minnesota organization, but if you're a catcher, where are you going to go with Joe Mauer behind the plate? So they traded him for Matt Capps.
Well, Joe Mauer might be moving from behind the plate to first base. Yes, that's foul down. One of the ironies of this particular game tonight, we got 2 first ballot Hall of Famers, neither of which is playing.
It's true.
Omar Vizquel and Ivan Rodriguez.
Both, by the way, in unbelievable shape for their ages.
Well, Ivan played his first ball game right in this ballpark. That's just off the corner. Good try. Flew in from, I believe, from Oklahoma City. Got married in the morning and then flew in here and played that night and got a couple of hits.
He hit a few more after that, too.
What a player. Especially when you consider playing down there in Texas.
He would catch most every day in Texas.
Unbelievable. Vigo. That's 4 strikeouts for Edwin, and after an inning and a half, nada. Keep you informed, so watch NBC 5 News with Allison Rosati and Bob Stafford weeknights at 10. And right here, it's the bottom of the second inning in the first of this 3-game set against these Washington Nationals. Now, we have played them 3 times before, and we swept them at National Stadium. But a couple of good arms on that bump tonight.
Well, very good arms, and you consider that Zimmerman is their best. Jackson has a great arm. Hopefully, he'll be able to continue to throw that slider. So far, it's come to him early. He has 4 early strikeouts, and we've got ourselves a scoreless game.
And Alex Rios to lead it off. It'll be Rios, Pierzynski, and Lillibridge. First 3 here in the Sox second. And the D-backs have come up with a couple of more, hitting in the top of the 5th. It is 6-5 Tigers. Now, Mike Mayer tells me it's 6-6. First pitch strike to Alex. Hitting at .217, 6 homers. He's driven in 20. Zimmerman was the 67th overall pick in the draft. As that's in the left field off the end of the bat. So 1 down.
Nationals have had a lot of high picks, as you would expect. They've taken advantage of it. And talking with John McLaren about Bryce Harper, their youngster, 18 years old, he said in spring training, I had as much confidence in him driving in a big run from third base as anybody in this entire team. He goes, that kid's for real. And when he gets here, he's not going to go anywhere for a long time.
AJ takes ball one. Well, he was supposed to be the guy from the Himalaya Mountains, wasn't he? Bryce Harper.
I'm not sure where he's from. I just know he can hit. Really hit.
That pitcher that threw 135 coming out of.
Oh, that was Sid Finch.
Sid Finch.
That was Sid Finch, yes. With the gigantic foot.
Well, there's a shot back through the middle. So AJ came in hitting at 290. And that'll bring up Lillibridge. Well, the guy who wrote that article never saw Steve Dalkowski throw.
Yeah, that's true. One of the shorter pitchers to pitch and the hardest throwing pitcher maybe ever.
Ever.
And he was for real.
I faced him enough. I know.
Couldn't have been a comfortable at bat.
That ball hit into deep center field. Back on the track, right in front of the fence, hauls it in. Is Bernardino. That's a hang with him for Lillibridge.
Well, Brent got a first ball fastball. It was right down the middle. And he came an eyelash from hitting it out of the park. See where Ramos wants it, but Zimmerman misses by plenty. Almost cost him a 2-run homer.
And that'll bring up Beckham, hitting at 230, 6 homers and 21 knocked in. Well, actually, for a right-handed hitter, Dalkowski was a small guy, left-handed pitcher, short armor. And for a right-handed hitter, he wasn't. I mean, it was hard to hit, obviously, throwing that hard and with that much movement. Yeah. But his ball went up and away from a right-hander and up and into the left-hander. It was unreal how hard he threw. There's a breaking ball strike.
When you average just under 2 walks an inning and just over 2 strikeouts an inning, you're going to throw a lot of pitches.
Yeah. There's a strike on the inside corner. Well, Casey Stengel took his Yankees down to play the Orioles in Miami, and they had that little side field down there where the pitchers were warming up. And he didn't know who was pitching back in those days. He just brought a team there, and all of a sudden he found out Dalkowski came walking around the corner. He changed the whole lineup, took his first team off the field, put the scrubs in.
Well, he'd hit 4 or 5 of them.
Fights that one off. There he goes. There's a broken bat base hit. So AJ will make the turn on a little duck snort by Gordon. 2 out runners at the corners.
Playing a little hit and run, an inside out swing. AJ going. A broken bat base hit. And then AJ forces Worth to actually run the ball back in the infield.
So here's Pierre. He walked to lead off last inning. Then he went to third on the single by Morrell into right. He had runners at first and third, nobody out in. We couldn't get one home. Outfield short, swung around to the left, gap out there in right center, and there's strike one called.
It's only 2 of our guys that have ever seen Zimmerman. Pierre, one of them, Rios, the other.
And that is softly hit to second base. But we stand another pair. We've left 4 through 2, and it's 0-0.
Are here for 2 more games. Then it's an off day and it's on to see the Colorado Rockies in the Mile High City before coming back and shifting over to Wrigley to take on the Cubs for 3 more. That will end interleague play. And tonight is mullet night. It's always a good look if you're a hockey player.
Jerry Hairston will lead it off here in the top of the 3rd inning. 0-1-1 for them, 0-3-0 for us. It'll be Hairston, Desmond, and back to the top of the order with Jason Worth.
Hairston's another one of those guys that absolutely can play anywhere.
He's been hot lately.
Yeah. Good guy from a great family.
And he stays hot. That's just a linear in the left field.
When I played with the Sox, his grandfather Sam was in spring training with us all the time. See a fastball down and out over the plate, drilled by Morrell.
So here is Desmond hitting at .228, 3 homers. He's driven in 21. But he has 20 stolen bases in 23 attempts out of Sarasota, Florida. Takes ball 1.
Ian Desmond started out with 7 errors in April. And he really tightened up his defense. He's made 2 errors since then.
He's just a real good-looking player. Last year he hit .269 with 10 homers and knocked in 65. So he's off to a very slow start offensively. Slider strike. I mentioned tomorrow Mark Burley against. Check that. Danks against Scorzolani. And that game will be over Fox. There's Johnny. Said he has not even had a headache from that shot he took. Yeah, he did. And the count 1-2, which is remarkable.
Well, sometimes you get very lucky and you get hit in the perfect spot not to get hurt, because there weren't too many places he could have taken that shot and not gotten hurt.
And that's out of play.
Desmond taking another look down at Bo Porter, third base coach. Dan Radisson, the first base coach. Here's a look at Dan, former coach with the Cubs when Jim Riggleman managed over there.
He gone. 5 strikeouts.
Desmond fans for the 67th time. He leads the club in that department. Actually tied now with Espinosa, who fanned earlier for the 67th time.
Last year he struck out 109 times.
He's well ahead of that pace.
He's going to make that look like a good year. Yes, here's Jason Worth. He struck out swinging on a good slider. And takes ball 1. Outfield straight up, spread out. First of 3 here from beautiful U.S. Cellular Field against these Nats.
Harrison used to have very good speed. Last few years it hasn't quite been there.
Jerry, 34 years old now.
San Diego last year, 9 stolen bags.
There's a strike.
There was a break because Edwin hung that slider on the inside part of the plate. Worth was not ready to pull the trigger. When you get away with these that are supposed to be away, you consider yourself pretty lucky.
He's had a lot of trouble with that slider lately. And the count 1-2.
Here's another one. Right down the middle of the plate.
Yeah, that looked like another cookie right there.
Bank of America pitch tracks. Not sure what Worth is looking for, but if he gets a slider low and away, he's not going to hit it. But those two pitches were very hittable.
If he's been looking for a slider low and away, he's got a bad thought process. Nice block by A.J. There's an old saying for hitters in baseball, and that's don't look for something you can't handle.
No, he's not going to be able to handle the slider low and away if Edwin can get it there, and A.J. just saved Edwin his 7th wild pitch of the year.
Well, I tell you, he had 3 pretty good pitches to hit and didn't pull the trigger on any of them. He gone. 6 strikeouts for Edwin.
This is another slider. A.J. wants it low and away, and this ball just hangs right in the middle of the plate. Not the most productive at bat that Worth has had during the course of his career.
And here's Bernardino. He lined out to Lillibridge in right field. Takes ball 1. Bernardino, 27 years old. Last year, 246, 11 homers, and 47 knocked in. Out and around it. Nice little 3-hopper. And that'll retire the side after 2.5. Still no score.
Who is the Nationals' single season home run leader? You think about that? Think about the big men who have played there over the years. And we'll get back to you a little later in the game.
So here we go, bottom of the third. Brent Morrell. As there's first pitch strike. Brent had a single to right field, putting Pierre, who had walked, to lead off the bottom of the first, on third base after the error by Worth.
Here's our AT&T Uverse multi-view. You can see the center field camera. You can see where Zimmerman is playing and the hands of Morrell.
And the count 1-2.
And of course the backside of Jeff Cox.
Breaking ball way low and away. And another shot. Souvenir. We have stranded, if you're just tuning in, 2 in the first and 2 in the second. In the first, we had first and third, nobody out. And Zimmerman cuts in front. Now over, and that is out number 1. And a reminder, join the White Sox on Facebook and Twitter. Check out the latest videos, ticket offers, contests, interviews, deals, and much, much more. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter at White Sox.
Zimmerman has started to throw a little bit differently at third base. He was having some problems after that surgery on his abdomen. And he's still been much more inconsistent than he normally is. He's a Gold Glove caliber third baseman.
Checks it up and takes a strike to even the count at 1. Watch out.
That boy gives Ramirez back his bat, but he popped up to first.
So 2 outs. And here's Paulie. Now they're attending to the gentleman who was hit by the bat. Paulie back in the first with runners on first and third. 1 out. Hit a rocket right to Zimmerman at third. A definite hang woofing. So on Wednesday, Paulie had that streak of 5 consecutive games that he homered in, snapped when he went 0 for 3. So he'll put himself among the guys, as there's a good breaking ball. Even though he got it up, it was still biting. Among 5 guys who have a share of that record. And that fastball fouled into the LG Skyline Club seats. So the count 1-2 with 2 down here in the bottom of the third. It's easy to see why this Jordan Zimmerman rated so high by these Nationals. He's got good stuff.
Only given up 4 home runs in 90 innings of work.
He's got good stuff. That ball hit deep into right center field. Bernardina is there. 1-2-3 inning, and we're into the 4th.
From Taco Bell, open 1 a.m. or later.
Top of the 4th inning. Ryan Zimmerman, Lance Nix, and Michael Morse to face Edwin Jackson in a scoreless tie. Takes low ball 1.
Remember last year in Washington, our pitching staff handled Ryan Zimmerman very well in that series. The scouting report against him must have been pretty good.
Chopper backs up. Okay. Oh, 2 pitches, 1 out.
This last week had a chance to do a couple of book signings, and I want to thank the people at Robert Morris College downtown, at Anderson's bookstore in Naperville. They were just wonderful. Thank you, and thanks for the folks for turning out.
So here's Lance Nix. He went out deep to center field. How's the book coming, Stoney?
Good.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think the reviews have been positive, and
well, they should be.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good stuff in there about baseball, and there's a lot of good stories that I enjoy.
Well, thanks. I think it's a pretty easy read, and that's good.
I tell you what, I'm at the point now. If it's not an easy read,
you can forget it. Huh?
He gone. And there's a little soft looper. I spent $20 on a book for my Kindle. You know, I go through about 3 books a week driving back and forth, and I got about 30 pages, 40 pages into it.
Too much like work?
Put it in the archives.
Yeah.
So here's Morris. He had a double. He ripped one right down the left field line, just inside the third base line.
Edwin's having a pretty good night to this point. He's given up just 2 hits, double to Morris, single to Hairston. That's been it.
Well, he's got that outstanding arm. It's amazing when you've got a good fastball like he has. for him to get away with 3 bad sliders to Worth, that's the reason why. That's the reason why. So it's the rich get rich and the poor get poor.
If you're not throwing 96, 97, there's very little margin for error.
And the count's 3-0. And there is ball 4. So the first walk by Jackson comes with 2 out here in the top of the 4th, and that'll bring up Espinosa, who struck out swinging on a good slider down and in.
Morse is not one of their better base runners, nor one of their faster guys. He's swiped 2 of 5 attempts.
Boy, he'd been swinging that bat. Last 42 ball games hitting at a 352 clip. Mike Morse. That's back out of play. Oh, the first time I saw him in spring training back in, I believe it was either 2000, 2001. He's a big guy. And I was talking to one of the coaches, and he came walking by. I said, "Who is that?" He said, "Hawk." He said, "You're not going to believe it." He said, "That's our shortstop." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah." Breaking ball misses in the count. 1-1. And the count 2-1.
You don't want to get careless with Espinosa middle in. He's a better right-hand hitter. He's a more powerful left-hand hitter.
Well, he's leading this club in RBIs by a wide margin. And there's a hit. So the 2-out walk now stands on third base. And that'll bring up Ramos.
He was trying to go after the same pitch that wiped him out last time up, but this one is low and out over the plate. You can see by our Bank of America pitch tracks that the ball wasn't in, and Espinosa drove it into right field. So now some problems, although you've got a very free swinging, very young catcher up.
He struck out back in the second inning. Espinosa, decent lead. And that's in the dirt. And a reminder, Hooters is the official road game restaurant of the White Sox. Come into any Chicagoland Hooters location when the Sox are on the road to catch the games on their flat screen HD TVs and enjoy great Miller beer features.
AJ's really going to have to be on his toes because Edwin buries a lot of those sliders in the dirt.
Big hack, no contact, and the count 1-1.
He still doesn't have a good release point on that slider because that one was over the inner portion of the plate.
Well, of all the guys on our staff, our starters, he is the toughest to catch. Stay right there on him. And the count 1-2.
Yeah, another one right there, and this at bat ends. Once again, our Bank of America pitch tracks. That just a perfect pitch. Ramos to this point hasn't had much coverage on the outer portion of the plate.
Espinosa 8 for 10 in stolen bases. Stretches that lead out.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be going here if nothing else but to try to bail Ramos out of this at bat.
Got another half a step over there. Another nice stop by Pierzynski, and the count 2-2.
Dan Radisson, first base coach, looking over at Bo Porter, who went through his set of signs and then whispering something to Espinosa.
There you go. And that pitch fouled away. Well, a couple of years ago, Espinosa stole 29 bases at Potomac. And he stole 25 last season.
Had a chance to watch him in the Arizona Fall League. And he looked like he was going to be a pretty good player.
Third round pick.
But they did have who they considered to be a very good shortstop in Desmond, so they shifted him over to second.
And a full count. Espinosa was a 3-year starting shortstop at Long Beach State. So 2 out, full count, runners at the corners. And once again, the payoff. He gone. 7 strikeouts for Edwin. They strand a pair. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 0-0.
Who is the Nationals' single season home run leader? And the answer, Alfonso Soriano. 46 of them in 2006. Stole, I believe, 41 bases that year. And then signed a substantial contract on the north side of town.
0-3-1 for the Nets. 0-3-0 for our Sox here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
That's what Adam did with the Nationals in 317 games.
And if you're just tuning in, we have had men at first and third twice, once with no out and couldn't score. The other time with 2 out. So here's Adam. He struck out. 3-2 breaking ball, check swing. And takes outside. Tried to backdoor him, goes around the plate to count 2-1. One thing about him, though, he does not change speeds. He's got that breaking ball and that good fastball.
He throws a couple of different types of fastballs, but you're right.
I haven't seen him throw a changeup yet.
Everything is hard. No, he doesn't have a changeup. Not one of consequence. Not one that he has a whole lot of confidence in. Steve McCatty is the pitching coach.
And that is fouled back, so a full count. Steve, former right-hander with the Oakland Athletics.
There's a lot of pretty good right-handers there at that same time.
Yes,
Mike Norris.
He had a pretty good pitching coach, too.
Art Fowler?
Art Fowler. Yeah. Spartanburg, South Carolina. Down and in.
2 up, 2 strikeouts. What I remember with Art was that if you were having some problems with your pitch selection or you didn't have overwhelming stuff, he gave you a little soap. He said, put it on the inseam, son, and you'll throw what was called the dry spitter. And it was pretty effective.
That's off the end of the bat. Alex went out to left field. Well, he also taught the wet spitter.
That was pretty effective, too.
Yeah. I faced Art in AAA when I was at Dallas and he was in Indianapolis. He had a Jim Dandy. Yeah, they had some guys that had some. I don't know how many complete games they had out there.
72.
But it was an inordinate amount of complete games. Mike Norris and those guys.
And most of them went on to hurt their arms. And didn't do a whole lot afterward.
Just lifts that one in the short center field, and that's going to fall for a base hit. That's a nice piece of hitting right there. And a tough pitch. Didn't try to do too. Didn't try to hit it hard. That's the whole key there with that at bat by Alex.
There was another little cut fastball out away. Took it off the end of the bat. And he's one of our better runners.
Here's AJ. He ripped a single right back through the middle. AJ had that big 2-run triple against the Cubs on Wednesday. Sox won that ball game 4-3. And it was Brent Lillibridge getting hit by a pitch with the bases loaded that forced across the deciding run in the person of Alex Rios.
Unearned run. DeWitt made an error, and that decided the game.
It seemed like Lillibridge gets in there and
makes something good happen.
Every time. And there's a strike, so the count 1-1.
We haven't been a particularly good running team. 30 stolen bases. Been caught 29 times. Alex 4 of 8. in the stolen base department. And Ramos has got a strong arm, gets rid of the ball quickly.
And it should be right to the bag and rack him up. So that'll retire the side. 71st double play turn by the Nats, and we'll go to the 5th. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. No score. Top of the 5th inning. Hairston, Desmond, and back to the top of the order with Jason Worth. Bottom of the 7th in Detroit, tied at 6 with Arizona.
Edwin is into the 5th, and he's kept his pitches at a reasonable number. About to deliver his 62nd pitch. For him, that's really economical.
Especially when you consider he has 7 strikeouts.
Giving up 3 hits, just the 1 walk. That coming to Morse with 2 outs in the last inning.
And count 2-1. And you can join the Shy Sox mobile group by texting Paul, P-A-U-L, to 244-769 for a chance to win an autograph Paul Konerko bat and 2 Gold Coast Ticket Club tickets to the game on July 8th. That's nice. And there's a foul ball. Shy Sox mobile users get special offers, exclusive deals, and much more. So text Paul to Shy Sox 244-769 to be entered to win. And there's a shot base hit by Hairston. He's 2 for 2.
He continues to swing a hot bat.
Yeah, he's hot. He's been hot coming in. So here's Desmond. He struck out his first trip.
He's got 5 sacrifices this year, so he can handle the bat, and he will lay one down.
Jerry hitting around 300 in his last 37 games.
Edwin almost threw that one away as Paul had arranged to his left to make the catch.
Gap out there in left center. They're looking for the bunt. Squares to and takes the ball. There he goes. Hit and run. Fouls it back.
Well, they had the right man covering because Ramirez was covering second. Desmond tried to guide it into right field, and Beckham was staying at his position. Now you watch who's covering, you see where Beckham is, and Desmond was trying with that swing to take it to right.
Pretty good lead by Hairston. There he goes again. Pitch out. High throw. Bad throw.
Well, Joey guessed right on the pitch out, but Hairston's going to get a stolen base. Lexi did a nice job of keeping that ball out of center field.
Decent throw right there. Gets him. Meanwhile, it didn't. And a 2-1 count.
And you still think heading to the top that he might be asked to lay it down.
And it's a good one. So that'll bring up Jason Worth, the leadoff hitter, the right fielder.
One thing Edwin didn't have to do, but he did, is something that is a bad habit to get into. Don't pick it up barehanded, because you never know what kind of grip you're going to get. You've got plenty of time to pick it up with your glove and throw them out. And you see him having to shift it without benefit of the glove. That's something you want to do.
Now the infield in. Worth struck out swinging at a slider and was called out on the slider. And takes ball one. Fastball inside. Pretty good pitch, didn't get it. Right to Alexei. Here's a throw. He got it.
It was a contact play, and that means that regardless of where it's hit, Hairston was going to be going. The break was that it was hit right at Alexei. Gets it to AJ in plenty of time. And Hairston not even thinking about a collision or a slide. So he's an easy out at the plate.
No, not when the catcher's got the ball that far in front of you. So here's Bernardino. He's gone out to right, and he is grounded to second. Worth 9 for 11 in stolen bases, has a decent lead. There's first pitch strike to Roger Bernardino. Oh 4-0 for us, 0-4-1 for them. And the count 0-2. Not a bad pitch at all by Edwin at 97.
Probably wanted to get it just a touch higher, and if he did, he'd probably thrown it by him.
Yep.
So if he's going to bury a slider in the dirt here, AJ has got to smother it.
Got to watch Worth now. A little bigger lead, half a step. There he goes. So he picks up stolen base number 10. Jazz got a piece of that one.
Well, as easy an out as Zimmerman has been, he's in the on-deck circle. You want to get Bernardina out of the strike zone if you can.
He gone. And that'll reach out of the side. We're halfway home, scoreless. Bridge, Beckham, then back to the top of the order with Juan Pierre.
Time to get it going against Zimmerman. Our lineup had never seen him. Now they have. And Lillibridge almost hit one out of the park in the second.
And he fouls that one. Back to our right. Breaking ball. Took that one nicely. So the count 1-2.
Zimmerman has never had a complete game at any level of professional baseball. So odds are overwhelming. They're going to go to their bullpen. They've got a couple of guys at the end that throw pretty well. Clippard and Storm.
Just got a piece of that fastball. And the 1-2 pitch. Got him upstairs at 94. So the third strikeout for Zimmerman. And here's Beckham, who had a little duck snort single in the right field. There's a hard slider or cutter.
Yeah, that cutter of a fastball that he has is really a good one. Hits it anywhere from 87 to 89. And it's late breaking.
And he backs it up with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball to get an 0-2 count. That's out number 2. So here's Pierre. He has walked and he has grounded to second. Worth is going to get it. And it didn't take long. 1, 2, 3. And we are in to the 6th. The general manager, vice president general manager of the Washington Nationals, Mike Rizzo. And Mike, thanks for coming up, buddy.
My pleasure, Hop.
You know, and you've got a good ball club here. They're young. It's a very promising organization. You've won 11 out of the last 12, and yet you had a decision and the situation come up in my 52 years in this game I've never seen.
Well, Hawk, actually, this decision was made for itself. I mean, the decision was made for me. I was put in a position where I had no choice. I had to accept the resignation of Jim Riggleman, the manager, because he left me no choice. He gave me an ultimatum that either exercise his option or he wasn't getting on the team bus here. He took his bags off the plane, and I explained to him that that's not going to work. We're not going to do that. We're not ready to do that, and I accept your resignation.
Well, the thing is that, you know, I like Riggs. I don't know him that well. I like the man. He's done a good job wherever he's been. But I'll tell you one thing. I just don't understand it. Evidently, he just got from somebody, his agent, a lawyer, or who, he got some bad advice from somebody, because he's put himself in jeopardy now.
Well, you know, he's always been an organizational guy. He's a solid baseball guy, and you know, a guy that I brought on from
you hired him,
bench coach. I hired him, bench coach, to interim manager, to a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option, and you know, the disappointing part of it is you know, he resigned June 23rd. We're on a roll. You know, I think he let down the players, he let down the fans of Washington, D.C., and, you know, personally disappointed me.
Well, I know that you're a pretty good communicator because you and I have been friends for a long time, so we have to have some truth in advertising here. But when you say to somebody that we're not going to talk about it during the season because it probably will be disruptive, I think that's fairly clear that you don't want to talk about it during the season. And it's sad because I like Jim, he's a nice guy, but that's easy to understand. There's nothing ambiguous in the statement you made to him in the spring.
Well, you know, we've had a relationship, Jim and I, and I've never lied to him, and would never lie to anybody in the business, and you know, it was a shock to me. It was a shock to the clubhouse, and what should have been really a festive day, sweeping a series, going on the road you know, to Chicago and L.A. And winning 11 out of 12. You know, getting into 3rd place and 3 games out of 2nd, you know, we should have been celebrating, and it was like a Morgan night.
Well, you know that it's a strange decision, because if you resign before a trip to Chicago, there's something wrong.
There's no doubt. You know, I love Chicago.
There's a little duck snort by Nick. So 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Our guest is the general manager, vice president general manager of Washington Nationals, Mike Rizzo. Well, the one thing I couldn't understand as well, when I first read it this morning on my iPad, is the fact, from a baseball standpoint, your ball club right now is probably one of the most desirable jobs that a manager could want, or a potential manager could want.
Well, you know, we think we've got things going in the right direction. We've got a good core of young players. We've got a fertile farm system. We've got an energetic fan base and owners that have the propensity to spend some money. And we feel that with our base of kids and what we've got coming and the way we're playing now, we feel that we are an attractive place for any manager to succeed.
And free agents as well.
Yes, sir.
Which you guys have already proved, you know, with your signing of the 1st-round picks of Harper and Strasburg, and now you're going you just trying to get there.
We are. You know, we're the learners have really been allowed me to be aggressive, not only in the major league free agent market, but in the amateur draft, in the international free agent market, and you know, it takes a few drafts and a few years to do so, but I think we've really covered a lot of ground in a short period of time because of the fact that we've been so aggressive.
Well, Mike, I feel great for you on one hand, and on the other hand, I feel sorry for you. I know it's a tough day on you.
Yeah, it's been a tough 24 hours, but this is my last interview about the resignation of Jim Riggleman. We're looking forward. We've got a hell of a road trip ahead of us against a tough White Sox team and a tough Angels team, and we've got to be focused and sharp to win a lot of games, because we play a lot of games just like this, close and tight to the vest, and we've got to play a really good brand of baseball to win.
Well, it's always a pleasure to see you. I see your dad all the time,
yes,
and it's
sir.
nice to see him doing well. So don't be a stranger to Chicago.
Yeah, you know that. You know better than that.
And you got a nice interim manager in McLaren. John's a good baseball man. He's going to do a good job until you finally get the guy you want.
He's a terrific guy, no doubt.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thanks, Huck. Appreciate it.
2 out, 1-0 the count. No runs, 5 hits, 1 error. For the Nasty Nats, no runs, 4 hits, no errors for our Sox. Here's a good-looking player, and Danny Espinosa, just 23 years old. He's a shortstop playing second base, and they've got a second base and shortstop combination here. Talking to Bob Carpenter before the game, one of their fine announcers, that there's not a second base shortstop combination in baseball with more range than these two guys.
Oh, they're young. They both have had some pretty good background in baseball, and they both have great arms, and that you can't duplicate on double plays.
And count 1-2. Keep it up there. Yeah, this ball club is dangerous, and this Jordan Zimmerman, the first time I've seen him, it's easy to see why he is so highly thought of. Stoney, when they get Strasburg back, that's pretty good 1-2.
They get him back. You've had a good pitching staff all year on this team. The bullpen has gotten stronger.
Broken bat, Paulie. He's there. And that'll retire the side. Nothing across. We'll go to the bottom of 6 in this scoreless tie.
th through the 30th, 2012 at Medina. To be included in a random draw to purchase tickets and a chance to see Team USA versus Team Europe, go to RyderCup.com.
Well, we have got ourselves a pitcher's battle here tonight. No score through 5.5.
And so far, neither pitcher has given way. 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts and a walk for Jordan Zimmerman. Edwin has been equally tough with more strikeouts. Nationals have 1 more hit.
Brent Morrell, Alexi Ramirez, and Paul Konerko. Arizona hitting in the top of the 9th, leading Detroit 7-6. 23,856. And that pitch is a souvenir right side. Texas leading Minnesota 4-1. Check that. Texas leading the Mets 4-1. Minnesota leading Milwaukee 3-2. That's in the bottom of the 6th at Miller Park. And that fastball is fouled back, so the count evens at 2. Mike has done a terrific job with that organization. I mean, he is just absolutely, it's nothing unlike what John Donahue did, for example, with the Blackhawks. He's come in and turned it around.
No, he's done a great job. He's had high draft choices, obviously.
But McDonough, I should say.
It's one thing to have high draft choices, another thing to get the right guys. And he's also put the pieces together to get this organization on the right path. He was a great scouting director with the Diamondbacks. And a lot of the guys that he got for them are still doing real well.
Pokes that one into right field. That's going to hang up for Worth. And that's out number 1.
They're the Nationals, a surprising third place with the Mets right behind them for a whole lot more money on their payroll. The Marlins, who were seemingly in second place a game back just 3 weeks ago, just fell apart. Losers of 19 of 20 games.
Well, you don't see what we've seen, though, in the last couple of years. As I mentioned, with McDonough and the Hawks, Blackhawks. A couple of years, it seems like just 2 or 3 years ago, they were voted the worst sports organization.
Yep.
And he turned them around. All of a sudden, Rizzo comes in with the Nationals and with this draft, and they're spending money. They signed Worth, free agent. Now they've got a good ball club out there. There's a shot, base hit. So Alexi gets on the board, the 1-out single. Hits are even at 5. And here comes Paulie. Paulie has lined hard to third, and he is going out to center.
Bernardina has a very good arm in center field. Worth is very aggressive in right field. Not an overpowering arm, but a little above average with great accuracy. So you got to be careful if you're going to run on those two guys. Hairston, you'll run on.
And he pops him up right side. Espinosa making the call. 2 down. And a reminder, Bacardi at the Park is now open, offering a full menu from Gibson's Restaurant Group. Game ticket or not, Bacardi at the Park is open at 11 a.m. before all home games, located at the gate north of 35th Street, right across the street from U.S. Cellular Field. And they've got over 70 flat screen HD TVs. So here's Adam. He is 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Takes the fastball right there. As high. Stretch. Deep. And he goes up and catches it and brings it back into the ballpark. Does Bernardina. Dadgummit. And that'll retire the side. What a timing play by Roger Bernardina to take a 2-run homer away from Adam Dunn.
Andrew Bernardina is 6'2". He needed every bit of that as he went back to the wall, set up, had him done bidding for a home run. Bernardina goes up and makes the play, taking a home run away. And here is the look. He doesn't get trapped when he leaps too close to the wall, reaches up over the wall, and brings it back to keep it scoreless after 6.
A beautiful timing play by Bernardino. Wow. That figures, doesn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it's not like he's going bad enough. He needs that also.
Ramos to lead it off here in the top of the 7th inning, takes it inside. Wilson 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts.
Be nice to get him out ahead of the guy that's 2 for 2, and that's Hairston in the on-deck circle.
Well, Ramos is the one guy that in this game that Edwin has really made some good pitches on.
Well, when he's gotten to the wipeout part, he's been able to throw the slider away, but now he's fallen behind.
Out and around that one. So the count 2-1. First of 3 against these Nationals, who have won 11 of the last 12. They are also, like our Sox, 6-3 in interleague play. That ball hit hard. So 1 down. Yeah, I'll tell you that's something I have never seen in my career.
Especially with a club doing as well as the Nationals.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen it. Oh, I've seen guys step down. We saw, for an example, Leland step down from Colorado.
We saw
when they were going real bad. We saw Rodriguez down in Miami step away.
He just stepped down a few days ago.
11 out of 12.
No, you don't expect to see that.
Not at all. Jimmy, as I said, I don't know him that well. You know him much better than I do.
Yep.
I've talked to him a couple of times. I like the guy. I've never heard anything bad about him, but he got some bad advice.
Well, he's a good, solid baseball man. And if he kept this team going, probably would have managed through next year because the team had an option on his contract. I think, Hawk, you got to be very careful if you give somebody an ultimatum.
You can't do that in baseball.
No.
You can't do that.
Too many other people and only 30 jobs.
No, that's not a good process to get involved in. An either or. 1-2 the count. Hairston has hung out 2 line drives, also picked up a stolen base. Two and two. Tickets for White Sox games are on sale right now. Tickets start at just $12 per seat, and the schedule is full of great matchups, promotional nights, and post-game fireworks. So purchase your tickets by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Full count.
Edwin, who is used to going well above 100, right at the century mark.
So he got ahead of him and lost him. 1 out walk. Second base ball on base on balls that he has issued.
He stole a base last time in the 5th inning. So you have to be very careful with him at first.
So here's Ian Desmond. After he stole a base, Desmond put down a perfect sacrifice bunt.
for the most part. Edwin has had a terrific slider tonight, and keeping it away from these right-hand hitters, just about all of them have been mystified.
Most of his bad ones were thrown to Worth and one at bat.
It's true. Three of them right down the middle, and Worth took them all. AJ knows when Jackson goes to the mound, he's going to have a tough night blocking pitches, and he just saved another wild pitch as Chris Sale starts loosening in the pen. Was a lot of bullpen use and a welcome off day after that Cubs series.
He got a cookie and couldn't do anything with it. Can of corn. Two down, and here comes Worth. He's 0 for 3. Struck out his first 2 times on sliders. One swinging, once called. Then in the 5th, with Hairston at 3rd and 1 out. Hit a sharp ground ball to Alexei. Contact play was on. He came to AJ, who easily put the tag on Hairston. And Worth promptly stole second base, his 10th of the season. Tomorrow afternoon, Danks against Scorzalani. Then on Sunday, Umber against Levon Hernandez. Now tomorrow's game will be over Fox, and Sunday's game will be over WGN.
Edwin's had a lot of luck staying away from Worth. AJ probably wants him to vary his times holding the baseball with Hairston at first.
First pitch strike.
Another hanger. Up and out over the plate.
Maybe that's the scouting report on Worth.
Well, AJ wants it low and away. He keeps hanging him right up in the zone. Worth keeps taking him.
Pops him up. Beckham making the call, has the ball, and that'll do it. 7th inning stretch, still scoreless. It'll be Rios, Pierzynski, Lillibridge, Beckham, Pierre, Morel, hopefully. Push something across the plate. There's a shot. Boy, he just turned and burned on that one. Mercy.
Well, Zimmerman was in thinking that there was a very good chance Rios might be bunting. Almost took his head off.
Whew.
Zimmerman throws a fastball, gets it in, and Zimmerman just takes a dive. Well, he crushes this one.
Yeah, he did. So here's AJ. AJ is 1 for 2. He singled hard back through the middle in the second. Line drive. Then in the fourth, hit into a 6-3 double play. JJ puts on the bump. Bottom of the ninth inning. D-backs leading Detroit 7-6, 1 out. First and 30, AJ. And that pitch is way outside, 1-0.
Bullpen up and going. It's Todd Coffey, the sizable right-hander.
Bring him on. That ball into left field. Hairston is there to make the catch in fair territory. And that's out number 1.
You wouldn't mind seeing Coffey as much as you would Henry Rodriguez, who throws 100 miles an hour, 169 ERA. Or Clippard, 185 ERA, and Burnett is the left-hander who has joined him in the pen. His ERA is high, but it's a result of just 2 bad outings out of his 34.
Steve McCaddy out. And Jeff Nelson out. So Lillibridge has gone out deep to right center field, almost out of the ballpark, and struck out.
You saw that ERA by inning, and you know why Zimmerman has never completed a game in organized baseball. Things get a little tough for him 7th through the 9th.
Alex 4 for 8 in stolen bases. First pitch strike. Last year, Rio stole 34 bases. Made a good pitch. That cutter. And the count 0-2.
He throws that cutter again. Maybe Brent can just poke it into right field, because there's a tremendous amount of room between Morse and Espinosa, as Espinosa's playing up the middle, and Morse has to hold Rios close. Didn't want to do that on an 0-2 fastball, but he rode it up and in. Last time that happened, real good things happened.
So 1 out, 2 on. And here's Beckham, who's 1 for 2.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay. The 0-2 fastball tries to ride it inside and might have made a pitch that cost him the ball game.
That pitch is fouled back to the right side. And the count 1-2. And that Tiger game is over. Puts, nails it down. D-backs win it 7-6.
Reached back through a very good fastball. Up and by him.
So here's Juan Pierre, who walked to lead off the bottom of the first inning. Then he grounded softly to second, then grounded softly to first. He's due for a line drive. Outfield short, real short, swung around to the left. Zimmerman, even with a bag, a couple of steps off the line, now comes in at the cut of the grass. And Pierre takes first pitch strike.
If this is a base hit and it's hit to any one of the outfielders, especially where Hairston is playing, there's going to be an exciting play at the plate.
Checks it up and takes ball 1. If you're just joining us, we had our chance in the first inning. First and third, nobody out. Didn't do anything with it. Like I say, grounded softly back to the pitcher. Paulie hit a rocket right to Zimmerman at third, and Dunn struck out. Hooks that one in the count 1-2. And men on first and third with 2 out in the second. And 1 grounded out to second. Huge gap out there at right center. If he could find that, it would score 2. Softly hit. And Worth makes the catch. We threaten, can't score. We'll go to the 8th.
Jackson is done for tonight through a terrific ball game, and Chris Sale comes on. He's 2-0. We are a .423. Lately, he's been exceptionally tough, and he'll have to be because he's going through the heart of the order. Jackson went 7, didn't give up any runs, gave up 5 hits, walked a pair, and fanned 8.
That could be trouble. It is.
Just a terrific bunt. Unfortunately, he couldn't have bunted it in a better spot. He got it by Sale. That was by design. And the first hit of the night for Bernardina, who's got big speed. And that's a design play. You bunt it away from Morrell, bunt it right at the shortstop, and if you got any speed at all, you beat it out.
Well, he's 10 for 10 in stolen bases.
Dan Radisson taking a look at the signs from Bo Porter, then telling Bernardina.
So here is Zimmerman. He's 0 for 3, a strikeout, a ground out to third, and a ground out to first. First pitch strike.
Chris is using a 2-seam fastball a little bit more. Don Cooper has moved him on the pitching rubber to get a better angle on that outside corner.
One and one to count.
Brian Bruni throwing in the pen. He's been throwing pretty well lately. Like the entire bullpen has been very good of late.
That's into center field. Nice little soft fly ball. One out. And that'll bring it Nix. Lance is 1 for 3. Had a little duck snort. Single. Big sweeping curveball. And they're just getting in the way in San Francisco. Indians and the Giants. Milwaukee has come back to take a 4-3 lead over Minnesota. That game going to the top of the 8th.
Lance Nix is a little more consistent than Jason. He's very strong with big power.
There he goes. No chance. 11 for 11.
This has been a big part of the Washington offense this year. And that's the running game.
Well, they had 3 tonight. They have 65.
Been caught just 18 times, so they run a lot. And when they run well.
Now, Alexei's going to have to hang out, or he's going to steal third. Could not lay off of it in the count 1-2.
I think Ozzie would go to the bullpen, and Brian Bruni against Mike Morris, who's hit the ball hard a couple of times.
Nice by AJ. He has been real busy behind that plate tonight.
Well, Edwin put him to the test, and this one could have easily gotten by him. That was a long hop. He was able to stop it, make sure that it rolled out in front of him, and made sure, even more importantly, that Bernardina stayed at second. This could have easily have gotten by him.
Ball hit hard. Look at the pick by Paulie. Get over there, Chris. All right. What a play by Konerko. Mercy.
Could turn out to be a game saver because that looks like a two-base hit down the line. At first, Chris Sale didn't get there, but finally realized that nobody else was going to get there. Right here, he's a spectator. Then he realizes he's got to hurry. Beats him by a step. Here comes Ozzie. What a play by Paul Konerko.
He's been absolutely sensational at the plate with the lumber and in the field with the leather. So
well, he took a runaway there.
Out. Sale will depart, and we'll be back.
Comes out for the ninth time, an even 3 for an ERA. Only 6 innings of work. And he inherits the go-ahead run 90 feet away after just a spectacular play by Paul Konerko.
So here's Michael Morse. Morse that doubled in the second. He walked in the fourth, went out to left in the sixth.
He's had very good swings all night long. Seems to be on just about everything.
Well, he's coming into the night hitting .352 in his last 42 games. So he and Hairston have really been swinging the bat, as Bernardina is hitting 13 of his last 16. Takes first pitch strike.
Alex Rios is very much over into right center field. Morris has pulled everything tonight.
That ball hit hard. He just looks up, and it's out of here. A 2-run homer for Morris, and it is 2-0 Washington.
Well, we told you he was on everything, and that's home run number 14. RBIs 44 and 45. A line drive, our Ford home run replay, a fastball on the outer third, and Morris just kills it.
He has 14 homers And he's knocked him 45, and here's Espinosa. Take strike one. Pulls the string on him, and 0-2. For our guys in the eighth, it'll be Morel, Ramirez, Canerco.
And you would think that John McLaren would go to that very talented pen, so we're going to have to come back against some guys that throw pretty well.
Got him. He gone, but the two-run homer by Michael Morse. It is 2-0. Nats. Highlights and get analysis from Chuck and Bill. Plus, go live to Ozzy's postgame remarks. Don't miss Galaxy White Sox postgame live immediately following the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
There's a look at Henry Rodriguez. He of the hard-throwing Rodriguez's. The ERA 169. Now, the problem you see for him is the 16 walks in 21 of the third inning. You don't get many hits off him, but occasionally he will walk himself into trouble. And the Sox have the heart of the order due up against him.
Brett Morel is 1 for 3 tonight. Takes first pitch strike at 99. Takes it up, fouls it off, and the count 0-2.
That was some curveball. When you throw 99 and you've got an over-the-top curveball like that,
picked by Zimmerman. One out, and that'll bring up Alexei. He's 1 for 3.
Alexei occasionally likes to bunt, and Zimmerman was way back at third. Now he's moved in even with the bag.
I've just been watching him throw in the infield in between innings. And then on that throw right there, I tell you, I got to try him. Guys who can bunt.
He's had some problems throwing.
I got to try it.
Yep. He's changed his style because of that surgery. He was having problems.
Yeah, well, that's the way it looks like he's throwing, like he's guarding something.
He is. Well, there's no doubt he is. He's just back. He's been back for a week and a half. He missed 50+ games.
That breaking ball fouled back in the count 0-2. So he's a heck of a player, but that surgery definitely has affected, it looks like, his throwing.
Yeah, very much so. Ramos did a terrific job again on a curveball in the dirt. Looks like he chooses not to run, and they tag him out.
So 2 down, and a reminder, come to USA Field and spend your holiday with us on Monday, July 4th at 6:10 p.m. It's Independence Day celebration and fireworks presented by Captain America. That's July 4th, Monday, 6:10, fireworks. For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com.
Here's one of the guys that can turn that 99 around if Rodriguez gets careless with it in the zone.
That one at 100. That one at 99. So he's got 199 for 2 pitches.
Pretty good, but neither found the zone.
99 and a half average.
And now he's got to come to one of the best fastball hitters in baseball.
Hard you throw.
Nope.
As long as it doesn't have terrific movement. Ball hit hard. Off the glove. He's got time. Brings Morris off the bag.
He tagged him.
And now they're saying that he got him. Mike Esterbrook. And Paulie, boy, you never see him. Now they're going to have a discussion. Now they're going to have a discussion. Crew Chief Jeff Nelson says, hey, come here.
Well, this is going to be interesting because Paulie, you're right, never argues. Ozzie came out. He wanted to protect Paul more than anything else. Telling Paul to go to first base. Now, he did pull him off the bag by plenty. That was not an issue. And we'll slow it down for you and give you the look, and we'll see what happens. He pulls him off the bag. Boy, it's very close.
Yeah, it was.
If he got him at all, he brushed him. Maybe they're asking if they thought that Morris put the tag on him. And he calls him safe.
Oh, boy.
It could very well be on the play that Jeff Nelson at home plate had a better look at it.
Now the umpire's telling him to get back in that dugout.
And I think Morris was thrown out of the game, I think. And if McLaren hasn't gotten a run, he will.
Well, I got to say one thing. That's one of the few times you'll ever see that on a play at first base where the home plate umpire can say, wait a minute, after he's already called him out. Wait a minute. That's one of the few times you'll ever see it. And the biggest thing is one thing, and that is to get the play right. And if Nelson thought that Esterbrook, because Esterbrook really didn't have a good look at it.
Well, we'll slow it down for you as slow as we possibly can. Now he clearly comes off the bag. That's no doubt. Paulie sees he's going to tag him. Even when you slow it down, you can't really tell.
That's right. But Nelson, look at where he was. He was in good position.
Well, Nelson was in the best position.
Esterbrook was not in position, so Nelson made the call for the conference.
Well, now McLaren gets the boot. You figure he's gone.
Oh, yeah. He's got to. They must have thrown out Harrison.
And Jerry Hairston wants to get a piece of the umpire. That's not a good idea.
No.
Dan Radisson and Bo Porter trying to keep him away.
Well, I think the umpiring crew did a good job in getting those Nationals back in the dugout. They should not have started storming out onto the field out of that dugout.
You get the manager will come out.
That's
that
it.
You can understand. You can understand where the first baseman would probably argue the call. McLaren is thrown out. We thought that Morris was thrown out because he went into the dugout. He was just assuming that it was a third out. And so we're going to see a new left fielder. Desmond knocked it down and then pulled Morris wide of the bag. So from that angle, you can't really tell.
Well, from that angle, it looked like he missed it. But you can't tell, as you just mentioned.
From that angle, again,
it looked like he missed it. But you can't tell.
And the closest angle
is this one.
Is right here. And that's the angle that Jeff Nelson had because he was standing right there. And Paulie doing kind of a two-step. Trying to get his back foot away from the tag of Morris. So now Henry Rodriguez is going to lead.
All right, so Rodriguez departs, and we'll be back.
And we're going to get it as close as we can. Boy, that is a really close call. But it goes our way. And the Toyota call to the pen is Sean Burnett. Burnett comes in at 3-3, ERA 5.25, on for the 35th time, facing Adam Dunn representing the tying run.
Adam 0 for 3, but back in the 6th inning with a man aboard. Watch Roger Bernardino. Up and over, brings it back in. God damn it. And there's a strike and the count 0-2.
Slider fastball, and just like that, when you're scuffling, seems like you walk off the bench 0-2.
Plays off that one, low and away. Rios on deck if Adam can reach. 2-7-2 for them, 0-6-0 for us. Ooh. Just underneath it. He was all over that one.
And that was a fastball he was looking for, and he's not likely to see another one. 92, middle in, and he fouled it back against their situational left-hander as Brian Bixler takes over left field for the thrown out Jerry Hairston.
Good check. Two balls, two strikes, two out. Get another good check. So a full count.
If Burnett does not get done, he won't be around to face Rios, who's swinging the bat very well.
Took something off that breaking pitch, and he just did get a piece of it. Well, it's been a lively, lively crowd tonight. They are seeing some good pitching. We have had our chances, not been able to capitalize on them.
And one exceptional defensive play by Bernardino.
Ground ball right side. And that'll do it. We'll go to the ninth, trailing 2-0. Prices with the most benefits. Prorated full season, weekday and weekend plans are available right now. So call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com. Top of the ninth inning, 2-0 Nats. It'll be the lower third of their order. Ramos, Hairston, no, it'll be Bixler. Ramos, Bixler, and Desmond to face Brian Bruni. First pitch strike. Wilson Ramos has struck out twice and lined hard to right. 2-run homer by Michael Morse. Last inning, a shot right over the center field fence. His 14th. And a full count. And that's fouled back to our right.
Bixler in the on deck circle.
And the dreaded leadoff walk.
You would think that Bixler would be laying one down, coming in hitting 194 with one sacrifice. It's Drew Storen, who was a #1 pick, 10th overall in the same draft where they took Strasburg with the #1 pick. Storen has 18 saves and a .235 ERA.
So here's Bixler. Just tuning in, the pitchers of record are Zimmerman and Sale. There's a bunt that'll get the job done. Sacrifice 3-4. And that'll bring up Ian Desmond. 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. Also, if you're just joining us, Edwin Jackson really pitched well tonight. 7 innings, no runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, had 8 strikeouts. And he's going to come up empty. That's the final now from Miller Park. Brew Crew beat Minnesota 4-3. And there's a base hit. So the leadoff walk. The leadoff walk crosses home plate. It's 3-0. 2 down.
RBI number 22 for Ian Desmond. Then he gets caught in a rundown. Normally you do that to force a cutoff of the throw.
And here's Jason Worth. Jason is 0 for 4 tonight. He does have a stolen base back in the 5th inning. Hairston was on third, 1 out. Contact play on infield in, hit a sharp grounder to Alexei. Easily got Hairston at the plate, and Worth stole second. That ball hammered. Alex cannot get that. So he picks up his 15th. 2-bagger. Here comes Ozzie. So that'll do it for Bruni. He works 1 inning, gives up so far 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 walk, That hurt. Strikeout, Ida Parks, and we'll be back.
Doesn't have a record, does have an ERA just over 5, on for the 25th time. He inherits Worth at second base in a 3-0 game.
So here's Roger Bernardino, 1 for 4, bunt single. He started off that 2-run 8th. Takes first pitch strike. Little breaking ball. Washington trying to pick up their 12th victory in the last 13 ball games. Down ball. Nice backhand. The peg. Nice pick. Nice play. And that'll do it, but they come up with an insurance tally. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth, trailing by 3. Sportsnet Central coming up tonight at the postgame live. Get the latest from the NHL draft. We'll check in with Minneapolis to see how the Blackhawks filled out their roster for next season. And tonight at the postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Going to be Drew Storen coming into the game. Served an apprenticeship last year to Matt Capps. Did have 5 saves last year. This year they turned over the closer job to him. 4-2. 235 on for the 37th time. He'll be trying to nail down his 19th save of the year. Control's been good. And he's got a 3-run lead.
Rios, Pierzynski, Lillibridge, the first three. .197 batting average against this year for the 23-year-old out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Rios is 2 for 3 tonight. That's 95 cutter off the corner. And there's a strike.
Well, the draft before the Strasburg draft, Washington had the 9th pick in the draft. They drafted Aaron Crow, who's now with Kansas City. He failed to sign. The next year, they got the 10th pick in the draft in the first round, and they turned that into Drew Storm.
Softly hit right side. 1 out. Well, he's not of the high kicking Storins. Like he's the low kicking Storins.
He's got a real good arm, though.
Very unorthodox for a hard thrower to have that lower kick. So here's AJ. He's 1 for 3. Takes that one at 95. Ball hit hard and threw into center field. So there we go. There's the start.
That ball is down just where AJ would have ordered it, and he sneaks it by Espinosa into center field.
Well, here's Lillibridge. First pitch fastball strike at 95.
Martin in the on deck circle.
That's a pretty good breaking ball right there. And the count 0-2. Another breaking ball that's high. Come on, Brent. Get 2-strike hitter, buddy. And there's a little flipper. Yes, it's going to fall. So here we go. Martin coming to the plate. Don't stop now, boys.
Brett doesn't get a whole lot of it, but just enough to get it over the head of Espinosa. That'll bring the tying run to the plate in Martin.
He's hitting for Beckham, who was 1 for 3 tonight.
Thorne has given up 3 home runs this year in 38 2/3 innings of work.
Outfield shading him slightly to the left. That's up high. One and one to count. Three, 9-1 for them. 9-0 for us. Just joining us, we've had our chances tonight and could not convert. That ball hit deep in the left center field. Stretch. Way back, they look up. You can put it on the board. Yes. A 3-run bomb off the bat of Martin, and this game is tied at 3. You gotta be bleeping me. Yes.
Martin, who came into that at bat hitting 197. It's his second home run of the year. He's now 4 for 10 as a pinch hitter. Our Ford home run replay takes a fastball, belt high, out of the ballpark. And Storen blows the save. Jackson can't lose. Zimmerman can't win.
And here's Pierre. One is 0 for 3. Makes the bunt, takes the strike. A 3-3 tie. A big clutch 3-run blast by Martin. And that ball, stay fair. It won't.
Well, that one would have been something for the books. A game one on back-to-back home runs by Martin in the pinch, and Juan Pierre, who had the distance, just not the direction.
That breaking ball got it up out over the plate, and one underneath it. Brent Morrell on deck. Another breaking ball. Another one that was up.
Now Desmond coming on to talk with Storen.
And that's why they call it baseball. 27 outs.
An unlikely pinch home run for Martin, but he is now 400 hitter as a pinch hitter.
Softly hit right side. And that's out number 2.
This one is very close, but clearly Storen beats him by a half step.
So Steve McCaddy out.
Pitching coach will usually tell you in a situation like this, you can't do anything about what's happened. You got to get the next man out. And there is the man of the hour. Reason why we're tied at 3.
Curveball strike. Grant is 1 for 4. Single back in the first inning. That ball hit hard, sucked up by Desmond, but not before the pinch hit 3-run homer by Mark Teahen. We will go to the 10th, tied at 3. Yeah. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Mark Teahen stays in the game in right field. Brent Lillibridge moves from right field to second. And Sergio Santos comes into the game at 2.3 ERA, a touch over 3 on for the 30th time. Trying to buy Ozzie an inning as he wins his way through the heart of this Nats order.
Well, this will be our 11th extra inning game. We're 4-6. We have played 5 here at home. We're 1-4. This will be the 12th extra inning game for the Nationals. They are 7-4 in the first 11, and on the road they have played 8 and they have won 5. So here is Ryan Zimmerman. He's 0 for 4 tonight. Hacking. That one at 95. Ryan has struck out, grounded to third, grounded to first, and gone out to center. Big gap out there in left center. Outfield, they're deep, spread out. And the count 0-2. What a pinch hit by Mark Teahen. With 1 out, a single by A.J., a single by Lillibridge. Teahen hits for Beckham and hits a 3-run homer If you're just tuning in the left center field. That breaking ball down, and the count 1-2. And we'll check some other scores for you. Top of the ninth in St. Louis, Toronto leading 5-4. We mentioned Milwaukee beat Minnesota 4-3. I believe it was a 2-run double by Prince Fielder.
There's a surprise.
And that was in the 7th inning. Yes, he did. He gone.
That Santos slider. Although for about a week he lost the release point, now he's got it back again. And it's not much of a chance, especially for the right-handers.
Well, last 8 hitters he's seen, he has struck out 6 of them. So here is Nix. He's 1 for 4, and he was robbed of extra bases on a brilliant play by Konerko, who is standing right on top of that line down there, maybe 14 inches away. Darts him off speed, pull the string on it a little bit, and the count 1-0. Cleveland leading San Francisco 3-0. That game in the bottom of the 4th out at AT&T. D-backs came back from a 4-0 deficit to beat the Tigers 7-6 at Comerica Park. And the count 1-2.
Get another slider biting out of the zone. It looks like a strike when it leaves Sergio's hand and then just disappears. Nix isn't going to walk. He's going to swing at just about anything. 9 walks all year.
And that ball hit home. It is 4-3 Washington.
That was a changeup that he got up, reminiscent of the one that he threw to Carlos Pena. Made him look real bad on a slider and went to a change. And Nix hits his 11th. For an home run replay, it's a slider. It's belt high out over the plate and gone.
For our guys in the bottom of the 10th would be Morel, Alexei, Konerko, Dunn. And here is Michael Morse, who is 2 for 3, that 2-run homer back in the 8th inning. Breaking ball strike. Dodgers at home against the Angels. Dodgers leading 2-1 that game in the bottom of the 3rd. As he'll go to first.
That slider got away. This one slips out of his hand and catches him just above the elbow.
So here's Espinosa. He's 1 for 4. And that's foul straight back. And it's going to be in the 2nd row. And some finals around. Pittsburgh beat Boston 3-1 at PNC. Baltimore over Cincinnati in 12 innings, 5-4 at Oriole Park. Rockies beat the Yankees 4-2 in the Bronx. Phillies shut out Oakland 1-0. Texas thumped the Mets 8-1 down in Arlington. Tampa Bay 5, Houston 1 at the Juice Box, and the Cubs beat Kansas City 6-4 at Kauffman Stadium. And there's a base hit. So 1 out, runners at the corners with 1 in. And that'll bring up Wilson Ramos, who's 0 for 3 with a walk. He's walked the leadoff last inning and came around to score. It turned out to be a huge run, but dreaded leadoff walk. That's thrown away. There he goes. No. They'll get him at first.
Well, when he threw to second, it's hard for me to believe that Morse didn't come home. But he didn't, and that's good.
Good play by Alexi.
You got to go through with the double play. And Morse, instead of coming home, Alexi gets the out at first base. He starts, for some reason, frozen right there.
Yeah, when you get hung up like he did right there.
Once you stop, once you stop, then that's it.
So here's Bixler. He's been to the plate 1 time last inning, had a sacrifice bunt that turned into a run because of the single by Ian Desmond. Four 11-1 for them, 3-10-0 for us. And the count 2-0. With Desmond on deck. Three and nothing. There's one. And that is foul right side, and that's not going to be playable. So a full count with ducks on the pond, 2 down here in the top of the 10th, 4-3 Nats. Payoff pitch. And Tien, he's got the bead, got the ball, and that'll retire the side. But the home run by Lance Nix will go to the bottom of the 10th. 4-3 bad guys.
One run down. Todd Coffey comes into the game. Coffey at 3-0 this year with an ERA of 2.25 on for the 32nd time. He does not have a save. 24 strikeouts, 9 walks in 28 innings. And he's not used to this particular role. Let's see if our boys can take advantage of it.
Brett Morrell to lead it off. Well, check that. Ramirez to lead it off. Ramirez, Canerco, and Dunn. Alexei is 1 for 4. Solid single to left field back in the 6th inning. Coffey, 30 years old, 6'4", 240 pounds, out of Forest City, North Carolina. First pitch strike. 4 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for them. 3 runs, 10 hits, no errors for us. Big 3-run pinch hit homer by Mark Teahan in the bottom of the 9th inning with 1 out. Tied it, and then Lance Nix with his homer. There's a shot right to. That's a hang with him for Alexei. Mercy.
There's a good chance that's a double down the line. As Coffey with 11 lifetime major league saves. Throws a slider, doesn't do a lot. Alexei takes it right at Zimmerman. Second time that's happened tonight. 1 actually got by him. 2 he's caught.
So here's Paulie. He's 1 for 4. First pitch strike. And the count 0-2. Tries to nip the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tell you what, 23,856, and most of them still here.
Well, he saw a dramatic home run by Martin, and hopefully it does not go to waste.
That's a huge. And the count goes full, or could have been a huge.
Still might be.
Momentum shift right there.
This guy is just not used to closing, and if you're not used to closing, it's the most difficult job there is.
Last 3 outs. Ball 4 base hit, Paulie. And that's ball 4. He did not go. Good at bat after falling down in the count 0-2, and here comes Adam Dunn, who's 0 for 4 tonight.
And Omar is going to pinch run for Paul, carrying with him the tying run of the ball game.
And here is what happened to Adam back in the 6th inning with Alexei aboard.
Well, if this one goes out, we're probably not here now. But it didn't, and we are. What a play by Bernardino.
So 2 big men going at one another right here with 1 down and Omar at first. There's a shot down into the corner. So Omar's going to make the turn. Adam on his way to second base as they throw into the cutoff man. Ducks on the pond, 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th on a double by Adam Dunn. Now that at bat by Konerko looms really big.
That fastball right down the middle. Adam drills it into right field for a 2-base hit, putting the tying run 90 feet away, the winning run at second base, and forcing the infield to come in. But they're going to put on Rios and take their chances with AJ.
No activity down in that pen. So it'll be Coffey against Pierzynski. Rios 2 for 4 tonight, a single in the 4th and a single, a rocket in the 7th. Almost decapitated Ryan Zimmerman at third base. And sacks packed with Sox. And here comes AJ.
AJ's got a couple of hits tonight.
He started off that 3-run 9th with a 1-out single.
We're going to have a meeting at the mound with everybody but Zimmerman, and now he's coming in.
Vizquel at third, Dunn at second, Rios at first.
Coffey pitched with Cincinnati and Milwaukee, but was never able to fill this particular role for any length of time. And he's a base hit away from losing this one.
Outfield bunched to bits, not straight up, equidistant, and fairly short. And the first pitch strike.
Desmond and Espinosa playing him up the middle.
And that's inside. 1-1 to count, and a big pitch to 1-1 coming up. Ball gets away. Here comes Omar. Yes, this game is tied at 4.
That'll probably be the first wild pitch of the year for Coffey, and strange things happen.
Well, you said it earlier. You said it when he came in, that he's not used to closing. He's not used to this position. And getting the last 3 outs is something he's not accustomed to.
And now they're going to walk A.J. So the bases will still be loaded for Brent Lillibred. His little looping base hit set the stage for the TN 3-run homer that tied it.
So Lillibred went out deep to center. His first at bat struck out on a high fastball. His second at bat was hit by a pitch, and then that single and run scored, so he's 1 for 3.
The infield's going to have to play fairly shallow because Lillibred, very difficult man to double with his speed. So Desmond halfway at short. They're in at the corner.
Good check. Boy, first pitch in this sequence is huge and an advantage Lillibred. Now 4-4 tie. Sox packed 1 down here in the bottom of the 10th. We don't need a grand slam, Brent.
He hung that ball up in perfect fly ball area, but Brent swung through it. The outfield has to play shallow. You don't have much speed at third, but everybody in very close.
Watch out.
He just missed hitting him to lose the game.
Have a redo on that one. Meanwhile, the count 2-1. And it's even. Come on, Brent. Just a little contact.
Only man that matters is 32.
Pikes that one off to the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. A lively crowd here tonight.
They've been treated to a whale of a ball game.
Yes, good pitching, clutch hitting. We just need 1 more.
Swung at that ball good 6 inches off the plate. He went to the slider. That ball started out outside and kept going away a little bit further.
So can Mark Teahen do it again? Last inning with 1 out, 2 on. We're trailed at 3-0. And here's what he did.
Got a fastball from their closer, Drew Storm. And the Sox, who have been trailing all night, tied it up.
0-1 the count. And that breaking ball first pitch. How about another wild pitch? That's popped up. Zimmerman. And that'll retire the side. We pick up one. We had the bases loaded, 1 out to win it. Couldn't do anything with it. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Brett Lillibridge, who started in right, moves back to right. Omar Vizquel, who came out as a pinch runner, takes over at second base. Mark Teahen is the new first baseman. And Jesse Crain comes into the game. Jesse at 3-2, ERA 276, on for the 33rd time. What a year he's had. Giving up just 16 hits in 32 and 2/3 innings. League is hitting 148 against him.
So here we go. Ian Desmond, the shortstop, will lead it off. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI. They're coming back in the 9th inning. Off the end of the bat, 1 pitch and 1 out. Four 11-1 for them, 4 11-0 for us.
Matthews loosening up in the bullpen. That probably will be it for Coffey.
And that'll bring it the leadoff hitter, Jason Worth, who's 1 for 5, had a double back in the 9th. Takes first pitch strike, fastball at 96. And the count 1-2. And tomorrow afternoon, Johnny Danks against Tom Gorzolani. So make your plans to be with us here at US Cellular Field. If you can't, that game will be over Fox on Sunday in the finale of this series and this homestand. Philip Humber against Levon Hernandez, and that game will be over WGN. Then an off day on Monday. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we'll be in Denver to take on the Rockies. In that series, we're going to run Gavin Floyd, Mark Burley, and Jake Peavy out there. They're going to run Jason Hamill, Ubaldo, Jimenez, and Aaron Cook.
We're going to miss Chacin, and that's good because he is probably headed to the All-Star game, and he's their best.
So 1-2 the count. Way back when, starters for us, Edwin Jackson, for them Jordan Zimmerman. Jackson went 7 innings, giving up no runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Zimmerman went with 7 innings, no runs, 6 hits, 1 walk, had 4 strikeouts. He gone. 2 down.
Worth has missed more hanging breaking balls tonight than he probably did all of last year with Philadelphia. That one stayed right in the middle of the plate, and he swung through it.
So here's Roger Bernardino. He's 1 for 5. Bunt single. As he takes ball 1. Top of the 6th out in San Francisco. Cleveland leading the Giants 3-1. Could not check it up, and the count evens at 1. Also, if you're just getting home, Diamondbacks defeated the Tigers 7-6 after trailing 4-0 in Detroit. Milwaukee beat Minnesota 4-3 at Miller Park. Two and 1. Jesse can't get it, but Omar's got him. Nope, he didn't. He beats it out.
Bernardino just too fast. Once this got over the head of Jesse Crane, he didn't have much of a shot at him. Even with Omar getting rid of it as quickly as he did. He beat it, and now
he's going to steal second.
Well, Jesse's going to have a chance to pick him off because he might just get adventuresome at first, trying to get a good lead and a quick start.
So here's Zimmerman. 0 for 5. Nice stop once again by AJ. He's had his hands full this evening. It'll be the top of the order for us. In the bottom of the 11th, Pierre, Morel, and Ramirez. A little bigger lead now by Bernardino. Jesse.
He almost did it again. AJ called a pitch out.
Jesse airmailed everything.
Jesse's got to work on the pitch out. This is one of the few things that he's done wrong this year. He hadn't done many. He's been spectacular out of the pen.
Meanwhile, 2-0 count for Zimmerman. And there's a chopper over to first. Yes. All right, we'll go to the bottom of the 11th, top of the order in this 4-4 tie.
Ryan Matthews, who comes in, recently recalled on for the 4th time. He does not have an ERA. 4 in the 3rd innings, only 1 hit, 3 strikeouts and a walk. And he'll have to face the top of the order.
Ryan is 27 years old. 6'3", 215 pounds, out of Galt, California. Plays college ball at Sacramento City College. So here we go, Juan Pierre. He's 0 for 4 tonight with a base on balls.
Where Morris is playing, a drag bunt's a pretty good idea.
First pitch strike. Got Espinoza, who's playing fairly shallow at second.
Tried it.
And the count 0-2. Juan is really struggling with his bunting this year. Outfield very short. And very much swung around to the left, and there's a huge gap out there in right center. The 0-2 pitch. Slaps it. A chopper 2 hopper. Desmond gets him.
That one he threw into the grass on purpose because he couldn't plant his feet. He does have a strong arm, and he knew on the long hop Morris would have no problems picking it. So he goes in the hole knowing Pierre is quick, throws it into the ground, but it's a long hop, easy to pick, and he gets him by a step and a half.
So here's Brent Morrell. He's 1 for 5 tonight, but he's hit the ball hard 3 times. And he pops that. A good pitch to hit up. And very quickly 2 outs. So here's Alexei. He's 1 for 5. You're just getting home and wondering what's been going on. They had good pitching from Edwin Jackson. They had good pitching from Jordan Zimmerman. But we had our chances in the first inning. We had runners at first and third, nobody out, and couldn't get anything in. As that pitch is low and away. Omar Vizquel on deck. Checks it up. Good check. And the count 2-0.
Both teams have left 11 men.
And that is out of play right side. And that's off the corner. 3-1.
Omar Vizquel in the on deck circle. He came on the pinch run for Paulie. Scored the tying run.
So a full count to Ramirez. Ball hit hard off the glove over to Desmond. Now the throw not in time. That'll be a base hit. More importantly, the inning's still alive.
Zimmerman's had a whale of a time down there with some shots. Deflects it right to Ian Desmond, who tries to get it there in time. And Alexei beats it by an eyelash. Good play by Desmond. And good call by Mike Estabrook.
First and 30, Omar. Paulie was 1 for 4 tonight. But drew that big walk. And the 10th turned out to be the tying run. Plus, in the first inning, when he had men on first and third, 1 out, he hit a rocket. I mean, just a screaming Mimi right to Zimmerman at third. Adam Dunn on deck.
Adam had a big double last inning, which set the stage for the tying run to score.
And the count 2-1. Watch out. Pretty good lead by Alexei. And the 2-1. That evens the count at 2. And a full count. Call for a base hit. Ground ball, softly hit. And we will go to the 12th, tied at 4.
In the 6th inning, Adam Dunn bidding for a home run, only to see Roger Bernardina take it away. That would have been a 2-run homer. But then in the 8th, Morris comes up. He does make it 2-0 and a line drive rocket to center field. In the 9th inning, Desmond with a base hit. He gets cut down in a rundown, but not before it becomes a 3-0 game. And then a dramatic pinch home run off the bat of Mark Teahan. That tied it at 3. Only to see the 10th inning with Lance Nix coming up and untying it, taking a 1-run lead at 4-3. And then the wild pitch. AJ waving furiously for Omar to score, and we're tied at 4 as we head into the top of the 12th.
And Lance Nix will lead it off for him. He'll be followed by Michael Morse and Danny Espinoza. We've only got one more down in the bullpen, Matt Thornton. They have 2 left. As there's first pitch strike. Nix 2 for 5 with that homer. He was also robbed of at least a double. A beautiful play by Konerko. And there's a base hit into left field. So the leadoff man aboard.
Lance Nix has had a pretty good night.
He's had a pretty good year. 11 homers, 29 RBIs. Got his average up around 285, 286. And here's Morse.
Well, Morse started as the everyday left fielder and actually was beaten out of the job by Nix. Then they started playing Morse a little more. Now he's hitting everything inside.
2 for 3 tonight with a double. And that 2-run homer into the line shot into the ivy in dead away center. Former Sox hand.
Also with Seattle.
Oh and 2. Morse, 14 homers and 45 knocked in. Giants have come back to take a 4-3 lead over the Indians after 6 innings out in San Francisco. He gone. Dig out.
Went with a hook. And Morse goes down for the first time tonight.
So here's Espinosa. He's 2 for 5. First pitch strike. Outfield and a no double set. They're deep, straight up, and really spread out. And that's off the outside corner. Out at Petco in San Diego, Padres leading the Braves 6-2. That's in the bottom of the 7th. Angels leading the Dodgers 4-3, top of the 6th at Dodger Stadium. And that is hit hard but foul. And checking some finals for you. Pirates beat the Red Sox 3-1 in Pittsburgh. Baltimore over Cincinnati 5-4 at Oriole Park. Rockies doubled up the Yankees 4-2 in the Bronx. Phillies shut out Oakland 1-0 at Citizens Bank Ballpark. Texas 8, Mets 1 down at Arlington. Big rip by Espinosa. James Shields picked up his 8th victory over Wandy Rodriguez as Tampa Bay beat Houston 5-1. Cubs beat the Royals 6-4 in Kansas City. Marshall over Crow. Marmol is 16th save. And Toronto beat the Cardinals 5-4 in St. Louis. 2-2. Oh yeah, he gone.
Good
change
straight
up.
change.
2 down.
Jesse staying away the entire at bat. Pulls a string and has Espinosa way out in front of it.
There's Wilson Ramos. A couple of strikeouts, a line out to right, a walk and a run scored. And a 1-6-3 fielder's choice. DJ, making sure that ball is in front of him.
Clippard loosening up in the bullpen. He's had a very good year.
One and one to count for the 23-year-old receiver. Almost as dangerous. He has 6 homers and 22 ribbies.
For the most part, Sox pitchers have stayed away. They haven't had a lot of difficulty.
Cues that one foul, and the count evens at 2. It's full. With Brian Bixler on deck. Now time is called. And the payoff pitch. Grounded foul. Down past Bo Porter, third base coach. And once again the payoff. Back to the middle into center field. So Nix will make the turn, going to third. Runners at the corners, 2 down. And here's Bixler.
That was pretty good plate coverage from Ramos, who hadn't shown that kind of coverage tonight. But he took a breaking ball. It was low and away. Took it right back up the middle. Past Crane. Just by Vizquel.
Bixler in the game for Jerry Harrison, who was ejected. That was back in the 10th inning.
And the way Harrison was swinging the bat, that could have turned out to be a very big ejection.
That was in the 8th inning. Yeah, Jerry's been hot. So Bixler's been to the plate twice. Once with a sacrifice bunt. And once with a fly out to right field. Now the outfield straight up. Not equidistant. And that ball hit hard into right field. That ball hit over the head of Lillibridge. Here comes one. They're going to hold Ramos. And the Nats take a 5-4 lead here in the top of the 12th inning.
Bixler drives in his first run of the year. That one on the outer part of the plate doesn't bite like the normal curveball. And trainer comes out to check on Ramos, see if he's okay. That ball just making it over the head of Lillibridge. But the Nats have untied it.
All right, we'll hold them right here. Here's Desmond. He's 1 for 4 with that RBI single back in the 9th. Cues it right off the end of the bat. It'll be Dunn, Rios, and Pierzynski. First 3 for us in the bottom of the 12th.
Ramos is still stretching out that hamstring.
That's low. Just off the corner, and the count 2-1. Three and one with Jason Worth on deck.
The appeal to Mike Estabrook, and he says no. Looks like a good call.
So the catbird seat for Desmond. He was looking for the gas, didn't get him. And the 3-2. We have used Jackson, Sale, Rooney, Santos, Ullman, and now Crane. And once again, the 3-2. That ball hit high and deep in the left center field. Alex making the call. Got the ball, but they pick up one. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Adam Dunn to lead it off. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Tyler Clippard comes in the game. He's 1-0, ERA 185 on for the 35th time. He does not have a save this year, but he's given up 24 hits in 43 2/3 innings. Fanned 56, walked 15, but he's given up 6 home runs. So he's a fastball, straight change pitcher.
"26 years old, out of Lexington, Kentucky. 6'3", 200 pounds. And here's Adam Dunn to lead us off. He'll be followed Alex Rios and then A.J. Pierzynski. 5-4 bad guys. We got to do something, boys. First pitch strike. Adam is 1 for 5. That double back in the 10th looked like that might be a situation where we could win it right there. Had the bases loaded, 1 out, and couldn't do anything with it. Breaking ball high. Also, if you're just tuning in, we had first and third, nobody out in the first inning, and couldn't score.
Adam thought he checked his swing. Jeff Nelson emphatically said he didn't.
And the count 1-2.
And that makes it a completely different at bat.
Well, the most important pitch in baseball is first pitch strike. The next most important is the 1-1.
Is that?
Big pitch. Right there. Now the 1-2 pitch.
Keeping everything up high on Adam Dunn.
Foul straight back. All right, big man. Stay with him. Stay on top of it. Just got a piece of it.
He went to the straight change that he feels is his best pitch. Adam just able to stay alive.
Adam a little upset with himself. The swing looks a little shorter tonight.
He's gotten much better swings tonight. This time Clippard tries to throw a fastball in on his hands. He's at least able to get a piece of it and stay alive. And it's a long at bat.
And again the 2-2. Off the end of the bat, Espinosa. And a big out. First man down, and here's Alex Rios, who's 2 for 4.
Well, they chose to walk Rios in the 10th to load him up. Then after the wild pitch, they chose to walk AJ to load him up. Only to get out of the inning with just the tying run scoring.
First pitch strike to Alex. Their ball hit into right field. Worth is there, and 2 down. So it's up to A.J. to keep this thing going.
You see Porter positioning the outfield. Dan Radisson also moving the guys around a bit. Well, they're moving them everywhere. They're frantically signaling in the dugout.
Big rip. A.J. trying to take it out of here. Just underneath it in the count, 0-1. Breaking ball, and very quickly 0-2. So we are down to our last bullet. 2 out, 0-2 the count, trailing 5-4 here in the bottom of the 12th. That ball hit hard, deep, way back. He looks up. You can't put it on the board. Yes, yes. A.J. Pierzynski comes through, drives it out of here, and this game is tied at 5. Mercy, mercy.
His third of the year. He's driven in his 25th. So Clifford, who does not have a save this year, is not going to get one here tonight. A Ford home run replay. Throws a fastball right down the middle and up. And A.J. hits a line drive rocket out of the ballpark.
And if you're just joining us, we had that dramatic 3-run homer trailing 3-0 in the bottom of the 9th with 1 out by Mark Teahan to tie that one. And now A.J. with his 3rd homer ties it up. That's why they call it baseball. And here's Littlerbridge. He's 1 for 4. 5-15-1 for them. 5-13-0 for us. And the count 1-1.
And unless we score one more run, Matt Thornton is going to come into the game in lucky 13. That one was off of Jeff Nelson.
1-2.
There's Matt.
And this to one of the starters.
Well, I mean, we got a 6-man rotation, so there's a few candidates.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out in this 5-5 tie.
Ballister up and throwing in a bullpen.
And that's their last.
And they're also out of relievers if he comes in.
But the home run by A.J. Pierzynski, 0-2, 2 out, bottom of the 12th. Hits it out of here. We'll go to the 13th, tied at 5.
the top of the 13th. And let's show the pitch sequence to A.J. Pierzynski. A fastball he fouled off. A rolling breaking ball, and then Cooper goes away from his best pitch, the straight change, and tries to sneak a fastball by him. Couldn't do it. Tied at 5. After Jesse Crain warms up, Ozzie goes out to bring in Matt Thornton. And so as Matt Thornton comes in and Jesse Crain departs, we'll be back. And there's a look at the numbers this year. Matt 0-3, ERA a little over 4. He's on for the 30th time, and he faces the top of the order.
Jason Worth takes first pitch strike. He's 1 for 6. Had a double back in the 9th inning. Has 3 strikeouts to go along with a fielder's choice 6-2 and a pop up to second. Out to play right side, and the count very quickly 0-2. 5-15-1 for them. 5-13-0 for us.
Phil Lumber made his way down to the bullpen.
He gone. But it didn't take long.
4 strikeouts for Worth. Slider catches the tip of the outside corner, and a big out.
Here's Bernardino Roger. He's 2 for 6. Fouls that back.
Took AJ's mask right off his face.
For our guys in the bottom of the 13th, it'll be Tien, and back to the top of the order with Pierre, Morel, Ramirez, and the count 0-2.
Remember many times when our boys tied it up 3 different times?
No.
Starting in the 9th inning?
No. No, I do not. Now fielder deep. Straight up, spread out. Gap out there in left center. No, you don't see that very often starting in the 9th.
No, not often at all.
I was trying to think earlier if I ever played in a game where we came back and tied it up 3 times late. I can't remember. And just got a piece of that one. Bernardina hanging in there.
When you swing at 97 up and out of the strike zone and still able to foul it off, that's pretty good lefty-lefty.
He's got the right approach. He's choking up. And Omar. Nope. Now the ball gets away and he's on his way to second base.
Well, Omar unhappy with himself because once he started to head toward the line, he wasn't going to throw him out. And the off-balance throw cost him an error and puts a go-ahead run at second base in the very speedy Roger Bernardina. Right here, too many steps. He can't right himself in time. Bernardina's going to beat it out. And unfortunately, this ball hits Bernardina. He recognizes it quickly and heads to second base, so it's single E4.
So they're going to put Zimmerman on first, and for Omar, that's his first error of the season.
Pretty amazing when you consider that he's played everywhere in the infield, including first base. And that's error number 1.
And there's ball 4. So that'll bring up Lance Nix. He's 3 for 6, but he had that big homer in the top of the 10th. Takes first pitch strike. And the count 0-2. That one in 97. Boy, that was some kind of a bat for Bernardino.
He's a nice looking young player.
Yes, he is. He gone. 2 down.
Well, they didn't want to go to Ivan Rodriguez as the backup catcher in that situation. Threw it right by Nix. Now you have to wend your way by Morris with 2 on and 2 out.
He's 2 for 4 with that big 2-run homer. Going into his karate.
Leg kick.
Yeah.
Arm extension.
Ate him up. Over to first base, and that'll do it. So Matt's back.
29 hits combined, an error apiece. And the new pitcher, Colin Ballister. 7 1/3, 7 hits, but 5 big walks in 7 1/3 to show a little patience and tack a loss on it.
He's a surfer out of Huntington Beach, California. 24 years old, 6'5", 200 pounds. So here we go, Mark Tian. With that pinch hit 3-run homer in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie it at 3. There's a strike. That at 96. And the count 2-1. San Francisco has come back to defeat Cleveland 4-3. Garcia over Carrasco. Ryan Wilson, his 22nd save. Good job by Morse. And that's out number 1. So here's Pierre. He's 0 for 5.
Ballister was a starter till last year. He was recalled from Syracuse on June 15th.
Takes first pitch strike. That one at 97. And that's in the center field. Go 2 down. So here's Brent Morel. One for 6. As I mentioned, he's hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. Fouls that one back into the LG Skyline Club seats.
Ballister's got a pretty good arm. Running it up there at 96 consistently on the fastball. That one just moved about a foot down and in and handcuffed Ramos.
At 97.
Take a look at the movement on this one. It's a 2-seamer that just is unhittable there.
The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Chops it foul. Only 3 other games in progress. San Diego thumping Atlanta 11-2. Top of the 9th at Petco. As he gets him. So a 1-2-3 inning for Ballister. And we'll go to the 14th. tail of the tape, top of the 14th, 5-16-1 for them, 5-13-1 for us. Matt Thornton, the 7th Sox pitcher. Jackson, Sale, Booney, Santos, Ullman, Crane, now Thornton.
For the first time tonight, Espinosa will turn around and hit from the right side. And he's a .329 hitter as a right-hand hitter.
First ball hunting, 3-hopper. 1 pitch, 1 out. That's nice. That'll bring up Wilson Ramos, the catcher. He's 1 for 5. Espinosa now 2 for 7. If you're just joining us, this has been a 3-run homer by Tien to tie it at 3, bottom of the 9th. Home run by AJ to tie it at 5, bottom of the 12th. Run we scored in the 10th to tie it at 4.
On a wild pitch.
Wow. Seen a little bit of everything this evening. There's some gas in the count 0-2. For our guys, in the bottom of the 14th, it'll be Ramirez, Vizquel, and Dunn. That's low.
Didn't miss by much. Good spot for an 0-2 pitch. Off the plate, but enticing enough to perhaps get a swing.
Fouls that one back. So if we can hang in there and win this thing, some ground to be game as the Tigers lost, Indians lost, Minnesota lost, and Kansas City lost.
Move 3.5 back.
He gone. Two down.
He goes up and out of the zone for strike 3.
So here's Bixler. Had a big hit. That double over the head of Lillibridge to knock in a run. Back in the 12th. Takes first pitch strike. His first RBI of the season.
And it was fortunate that the man at first was Ramos, because normally whoever is on first in that situation scores another run.
With 2 out, you're right.
Yep. But he kind of tweaked a hamstring. Was not able to really extend and stayed at third. That set the stage to tie it one more time.
And the 0-2 pitch. A little too high.
Philip Humber loosening in the pen.
There's a broken bat underneath. Don't get him.
Oh, great speed by Bixler. Had to really hurry. And Brent did everything he could do, but the broken bat slowed it down just enough for Bixler to beat it out. That makes a good pitch. He actually hit it too slowly.
Got him.
He did.
He was out. So here's Desmond. Ian had an RBI single back in the 9th inning. Fouls that one away. He's 1 for 5. Bixler, good lead. And the count 0-2.
Wouldn't be surprised if McLaren sent Bixler here.
He's got a big lead. There he goes. And that's just off the corner. Good close pitch. Just missed.
He is off the plate.
There's a chopper to Hopper. Nice. No. Low throw. Gets away. Bixler will score. Dadgummit. And it's a 6-5 Washington lead. Error by Ramirez. So the play that we got Bixler at first, did not get it from Estabrook, comes around to score.
E6. Martin cannot pick it.
And here's Worth. It's going to put him on to get to Bernardino. Second walk by Matt, both intentional. That's a shame. Dead. Bernardino 3 for 7. A bunt single and 2 infield singles. Hadn't had the ball out of the infield on his 3 hits. But that was a good at bat. Last inning off Thornton. A huge error has put us 1 run down so far. As to bunt it, fouls it off.
Humber now is taking a seat.
Good rip right there underneath it.
He'll be ready if we tie it in the 14th.
There goes. That's foul straight back. And once again, the 0-2. Right back up the middle into center field. So now here comes another run that's going to score. So now that error has cost us 2 runs.
Bernardino with just 16 runs driven in. He's got 4 singles tonight with a stolen base. Made the catch of the night. And he's been key in this one.
So here's Zimmerman. Takes it high and wide. 2 unearned runs have put Washington on top 7-5. Two and 0 the count. This will be the 45th pitch for Thornton. Three and 0. Nick's on deck.
And with a left-hander up, you'd have to think that Zimmerman would at least be given the green light if there's a pitch to his liking. Wasn't going to swing at that one. It was just off the plate on the outside corner.
And there's another strike.
Well, this one wider than the last one.
Payoff pitch. And there's a base hit. And that's going to score a pair. So 4 unearned runs are going to cross the plate here with 2 out in the top of the 14th, and it's 9-5.
Don Cooper comes out now to talk with Matt Thornton. Very happy Washington Nationals dugout.
Well, they have been hot. They're going to about in good position to pick up their 12th win in the last 13 games. Can't give teams 4 outs, especially in extra innings, and expect to win. Philadelphia beat Oakland 1-0, so they will maintain a lead of 5 games over Atlanta, who was beaten by San Diego 11-2. And the Nats will be just 3.5 games back of the Braves as the count 0-2. The damage is done. A big throwing error. They score 4 unearned runs. We trail it 9-5.
And 3 times the Sox tied it up on the brink of defeat. In the 9th inning, a 3-run pinch homer by Martin. Then 1 run down in the 10th inning. And a wild pitch. That tied the score. And again, 1 run down in the 12th inning with 2 outs. 0-2 count. AJ hits it out. That tied the score. Need some more miracles here.
0-1 to count to Ramirez. Omar on deck and Adam Dunn in the hole. Softly hit. 1 out. So here's Omar. He went into pinch run for Paulie back in the 10th inning. $9-19-1 for them. 5-13 and a huge 2 for us. Don't help him out. Let's get something going here with 1 out.
Omar thought it was high.
There's a bullet back through the middle for a base hit. That a boy, Omar.
Well, because that pitch was called, Ballister took a shot back up the middle, hit off his glove, fortunately for him. This is hit very hard. He gets the glove up, but can't keep it out of the outfield. However, he keeps it away from his head.
And that's way wide. One and one to count, Adam. Drops a hook on him.
It's a pretty good one.
And there's a base hit. So here comes Alex. Don't stop now, boys. Steve McCaddy once again out. Rios 2 for 5 tonight with a walk. Boy, never say die Sox.
Not tonight. After midnight.
And later on today, Johnny Danks against Tom Gorzolani. So make your plans to be with us at the ballpark. If you can't, that game will be over WFLD. Fox. First pitch strike from Ballister. Tying run on deck.
AJ has tied it up once with 2 outs and an 0-2 count. Alex gets on. He'll represent the tying run again.
That ball hit high and deep. Stay fair. It won't. Right size, wrong shape.
Fastball up and in. Hook just a little bit foul. And those wearing mullets tonight were here long enough so they look like Rapunzel.
Ground ball. Over to second, the 1. Back to first. And this ball game is over. So the Sox tried to come back. They did. They did 3 times. But they could not overcome the 4 unearned runs we gave them in the top of the 14th inning. We got great pitching tonight from Edwin Jackson. Most of the bullpen was good. Just a tough loss.
Tough loss because this team battled back 3 different times in the last inning to take it to the 14th, and unfortunately came up a little short in a game that saw 14 runs and 34 hits.
And we had a chance to pick up ground on everybody in the Central, but we don't. So our GMC player of the game is the center fielder, Roger Bernardino. Made a great catch, robbing Adam Dunn of a 2-run homer. That would have cost him the game. He also had 4 hits. Our GMC player of the game. So for my partner Steve Stone, our director Jim Angio, our producer Mike Leary, our associate producer Kian Dalashani, our technical manager Mark Harper, the executive producer Jim Corno Jr., for the mayor Mean Joe Groove, and up here in the booth Mike Mayer and Frank DeMato. This is the Hawk. So long, everybody.